Today I am going on a shopping spree. I'm going to buy some components for my Carrack to make it stealthy. But how good will it be? I don't know. But it's a lot of good firepower, strong, and let's see what other benefits it will have. I actually discovered something cool today. How many ships in the game has large radars? And if so, why they're not working yet? And what benefits will these large radars have over other ships? Another question is, the Terrapin's radar, is it size 1 or is it size 3? The Carrack, by the way, has a size 3 radar, so does a Nautilus and a couple other ships like that. I believe the radars will have a very important part in the game when it comes in. And it'll all to be doing stealth and replay and all that lot. Sorry about the slight banging in the background. I stood on my toe. Quality is not very good today. Carrack 2. The commiss will be joining me at some point, and so may some of the other guys later on. If I get some time, I might even do the I can't remember its name. When I find a Carrack, I'll find it. Pisces. Here we are. Carrack 2 on its way out. Oh, that's a good start. I'll be going to new baggage today, and I'm using the Carrack and I'm not supposed to. And the commiss wants to come for the suicide run.
Not sure about that one. Or suicide anyway.
Oh, I can't go out there.
Why is it a bit cold?
I got a funny feeling the Carrack's dead from yesterday, you know.
You didn't use a Carrack yesterday.
I was opening new baggage when I was doing some testing. Before you guys came on. I've altered something, so the lighting's terrible. Same graphics quality I had 2 days ago. It's not a clever server. I'll change service halfway through. Activate systems.
Roger.
Activate. Speed 3 clicks.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
External view. Base landing gear.
Roger.
Speed 5 clicks.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Full scan.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Select enemy.
Roger.
Select enemy.
Roger.
Scan enemy.
Roger.
These controls don't feel right today.
Joining your server.
What's the next stop after Grim Hex?
Everest Harbour.
I suggest we meet there next.
Okay.
Unless you want to come to Grim Hex, and you can make it in about 10 minutes, and that's okay.
This game's still loading, so I'll meet you at Everest.
Why, have you got problems?
It's still loading.
Well, when you load, let me know, okay? We'll work it out from there. I don't like these graphics at all today. Activate hazard warning lights. Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate hazard warning lights. Hazard warning lights on. Speed 3 clicks.
Roger.
But this isn't glass. What? But this isn't glass. It's not glass. God, you're knocking me out, child.
This server's bad.
Okay.
Can't even get landing permission. Oh, it was yours calling.
That's not me, it's someone you calling me.
It's like trying not to bump your new car. I've been round there once already. Right, now we're getting somewhere. Hazard warning lights are on. Full scan.
Looking.
Oh, this is playing games with me today. External view. The graphics are too bad for me. Lower landing gear.
Looking.
Close cargo doors.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
TV's just gone off on me. I can't get that on. I'm trying to fly the ship into what they call. I've got no navigator. External view. Hazard lights off.
Roger.
Lights off.
Roger.
Engines off. I was watching architecture's work on this. He made a suggestion on the Carrack on the cargo bay how they should raise them lines slightly so it looks more appealing for dropping cargo. But what he missed out on the earlier versions on the modular bays had pistons on the top, so it made it look lower anyway. But these ships ain't got pistons, so that's why it looks low. So yeah, they have to alter that some way, but they will do. Because you can't open cargo doors with that, even when they can up it. Because they look like they're on clamps. I'm trying to look up it as if I can actually see it. Oh, going wrong way. Hey, I've never been on the front wheels of these before.
Right, I'm in Grim X.
I've just resort my graphics out to just know what's wrong with graphics today. but it don't look good. My first place is I'll just walk past you.
Yeah, I'm just doing my joystick. Campus Depot.
What's going on here? I knew CIG said he's gonna gut everything, but come on. What am I supposed to do for lifts now?
I've just come through there. The lifts are working.
Oh, they're on the other side. I thought they was took the lifts too. They said they was going to be doing some work. I didn't think they'd start so bloody quick. Okay. I wonder how long before this is finished.
Actually, where are you? Oh, there you are.
So it just confused the issue even more.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I was just having a couple of debate there, look, miss. I mean, yo's the stuff that I'd written down where I was supposed to get them, you see. But 1 minute. What's the next part?
Everest Harbour.
For what?
For your quantum drive.
Yes, I'm going somewhere else now. I've got to do the list again. So I have to keep. I can't keep the website open because it's too much traffic. Right now the shields. HURL3.
ARCL1 and Bikini Point.
Which one, please?
I would say Bikini Point.
And where's Bikini Point?
Bikini Point is Arcorp.
You're just guessing. All right. I would have suggested HURL3 because it's on the way to where you're saying early. I don't know if you looked it up on the map. I'm going to have a quick look.
Stop the remote, is that?
That's where I'm going now. It's not that I'm switching between screens, yours. I've only got the one screen, you see. Which I explained to Miss before. You know what I mean? Get everything there written down so I can just go straight there. But I've just actually, I didn't write nothing down, so I've got to go all the way back. And she's sending me cross country. Right.
Which one of those?
What?
Bikini Point, is this one?
Yeah.
What was it? HURL what, the miss?
HURL3.
That's here, yeah? There's HURL3, alright? From HURL3, I can jump straight to there, but you were sending me over here to come back when you got a nearer place here. Does that make any sense?
Yep.
We got to stop from the stops you gave me earlier, right? Well, the last stop was supposed to be new baggage, alright? We have now just come from Grim Hex, okay? So the next stop is HURL3. And from HURL3, then it goes to the place on top of Hurston. And from Hurston back to what they call it, and then back home. Now, have you got all...
Over Houston. Bikini is over area 18. Arcorp, yeah.
That's what I said.
Right, so the next part now is HURL3, yeah?
Yep.
Right, okay.
Oh, hi. I didn't actually know you stood in front of me, so.
Hey, not in the gate.
Oh, who was that then? Yes, that is you.
Can you tell the way I run, can you?
Well, you were biting my face. I was on a different screen.
You notice something different? I finally got rid of that stupid thing on my head, you know, the helmet rider. I just took off the usual suit, the green suit that we were wearing, and it was gone. He took of it. I was standing in front of Pepper flashing at him, but he was too busy to mold me.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can hear you again.
Oh, I don't put... Did I put the part on my ship? With the confusion. That's just part.
Remember what happened last time you did that?
No, what?
Basically, you did that to somebody else in game, and he came straight up to you and confronted you.
No.
Yep. He is one ugly-looking dude. One ugly dude.
And the coolers were called what again?
The cooler was called Frost Star XL.
And where are they supposed to be got?
Port Tresla.
Right. And that's above where?
That would be above.
Microtech.
Microtech.
I was just testing the geography.
I think his mate's coming to see sort you out. Oh, he went that way.
NPC.
What, this ugly dude?
No, the one you thought was me.
Oh.
No, I don't. NPCs. It's great that they do bring it in. NPCs can be aliens. It'd be good.
Hi, Mr. Alien. Oh, we've got Teddy Bear as well. Where did he go? Yeah, I think he went running back. Yeah, there's a big teddy bear on his head.
Yeah, I see him come running down to the side entrance of the station.
Maybe the alien scared him. He's scaring him to death. Poor soul. Oh, the alien moved. Just ignore the old man, alright? Ah, look, there's Pepper. You scared them all off. What is he doing?
Eight.
Okay.
8. Yours is looking as old as ever. 8 is catching up to him.
Ah, no, you're not.
Oh, it's not him.
Who was that? No, that's not him. The one in the,
It was there just now.
yeah, him.
Oh, there he is.
going?
Somewhere where you're not allowed.
I'm going to my ship.
Are we at Hangar 8?
You're not coming on board like it.
You ain't gonna get any, you ain't getting on it without me, so you're gonna need me to get on it. Where's he gone now?
He's gone running over there towards the right hand side. I can see him running off.
I'm going to drive this big truck, crushed pepper.
He's on the right hand side.
I got very bad lighting, so I had to judge this today.
I don't know where he is now, but he was over to the right hand side.
Behind you.
Oh, okay.
May I come aboard?
No. We're coming to shut the door before he runs on, yeah?
I can't, we're not in a bar.
You weren't supposed to say that. You're supposed to scare him. Where is he?
Still off the ship.
Yeah, we can't fly without you.
Just get on board, you silly old git.
Let me close before he gets on.
The official invite.
I don't give a. So you want the red carpet, do you? Oh yeah, right.
He wants the red carpet treatment.
Ain't going.
I'm in my chief's uniform, so I need a bit of respect. Red carpet all over your please.
Yeah, keep dreaming.
Right, look, miss. I don't know what's going to happen to you. I've got yours a little bit here, so I'm going to have to take you up. But I'll do that. No, I'm going to do it now. Yours is on my shape and he's in the what they call it. So I've got to turn off Discord. Right, Discord. Mute. Discord. This is what I was trying to tell you yesterday. You was on there and you wasn't listening. Cause we're... And I think the channels either well, no, the computer has done so much in the settings I couldn't tell anyway.
I'm here.
Can I be heard in the game?
Yes.
That's the whole idea.
Yeah, he's rather very rude, isn't he? Right, are you off? Are you off? I guess so. I'm off. Oh yeah.
I'm very easy going over to area 8. Oh, we're not going to there, are we?
No, we're going to Port Townsend.
No, it's not last time. Remember the last time we went there, we got a crime stat. Activate systems. Well, I totally could miss, and she keeps sending me over there. It's causing problems at the moment.
We've got Everest Harbour, Port Tresla, and HURL3 to go to. None anywhere near Hurston, apart from Everest, which is above Hurston.
If we do go to another planet, we're going to need a snub ship. Just let me get my brain working.
Can I use this? You need to learn how to use it before you can use it. Well, I need a screwdriver, and this is the only screwdriver that there is.
Be 3 clicks. Has the warning lights on?
Yeah, possibly, but it's been very laggy here anyway.
It's a bad server.
Why is what? Yeah, I can hear you.
Scan enemy. Point of interest. Activate jump drive. Whoa, that was close. Did you know there's a bomb slaughter out there? Did you manage to identify any of the enemies? No.
No, because I haven't tossed in the seat yet, because you haven't told us where to sit. Where would you like us?
Wherever you like, little miss. See, the musical chairs don't work because yeah, you don't know where to sit now because, you know what I mean? The first thing I got to do is secure the ship and prep, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can hear you.
We do need the Pisces on here. Because what I'm thinking of doing is leaving the ship in space, and if we have to go down to the planets, we use the Pisces. The ship shouldn't despawn unless it touches another ship, or unless there's somebody on the ship in space. Good.
Can you take this off?
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Space 3 clicks.
Roger.
Speed 1/3.
Roger.
Well, we can't stay on the ship here because I remember I've got to actually buy the parts and have them serviced at the space dock. So I'm going to have to land the ship and we're all going to have to leave the ship. Did you just copy that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was told to do that anyway.
Half speed.
Roger. Okay.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Speed 1/3.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Speed 3 clicks.
Roger.
Hazard warning lights on.
Right, nose easing up.
Is there any reason why I need to move nose up?
Because you're facing it downwards. Oh, it's going to send you straight in.
Final approach means you won't be doing any adjustments until you land. Unless it's an emergency in case. Low landing gear. Low landing gear. External view. Engines off. Lights off. How do the lights off? Who's here?
Me?
Where's Yoza?
Where's here? Yeah, we've docked. We've landed.
Well, how you got up, Yoza? Yeah, this way, Yoza. Where you looking, miss?
I'm by the elevator.
Have you come out? Have you? The ship needs to despawn for me to put the components on it, okay?
Yeah, I'm coming down.
Right. Let's get Yoza off first then, okay? Oh, he's not here. Now I've got myself now.
Right, I'm behind you.
I want to do a role play for this one. Give a party member control of all the doors. Right. Who would be the
Also
best person?
50% lost.
Don't worry about the Carrack. There's no one there on the ship to monitor so no one jumps on, you see. I didn't lose nothing. I just had a bloody nose. Where's the miss?
Behind you.
Oh, you got your spacesuit on. Oh, okay. We shouldn't be needing the spacesuit from now on. That's why the route was automatically planned. So all these will be your planning, your daily routines to come. It's where you can go, where you can wear your suit, where you can't wear your suit, all these kind of things.
There's no voice coming over.
Sorry?
There is no voice coming over.
Yeah, it won't because we're not on the ship anymore, you see, but they can hear me on YouTube. Right. Until I set back the channels which I had to nerf the other day because everything was broken on it. Now can I just despawn the ship, please? Okay. Right, where to next now?
You want HURL free for your shields.
Have you guys gone off again?
Sorry?
You guys must have gone off
No,
again.
I'm here.
Where's Yoza?
Sat down.
Alright.
Tell me I've gone off.
You have to keep him informed, the commis, because he hasn't got. Yes, you go back to you have to go back to Yoza. The commis is not on the open channel where we are, so you have to let him find some communicate him. He might be in the main chat. Where is he now?
Right. I don't know, but we're going to have to go get the components, Yoza.
He won't be able to hear you in the game unless you are on the same voice chat as him. Okay, so you got to find out where he is and bring him over or whatnot. Remember, you broke it last week, so I nerfed half of it. Can you hear you in chat? Okay, while you go and sort that out, I'll sort this out, okay?
Where's he gone? Yoza?
You have to try and find him in global chat or text
Yes,
chat.
well, I'm right in front of him. Not really.
Right, where are you talking to him?
I'm presuming bridge crew. 1 second.
Alright, don't worry about it. Can you tell me?
I'm just
I'm doing something else now, Commis. It's alright.
global by the looks of it. Who global?
Alright.
Where you going?
This is not where I want.
Right, I think he's making his way to you.
Sorry?
I think he's on his way to you. Because I'm sat down because I need to go to the toilet.
No, you're slightly confused because you're giving us one information, telling us something else. And we, you know what I mean? So I have to go up and leave this. I've gone there to buy parts, you see.
Yeah, and the ones at the bottom.
No, I can't be doing that because I've got on the eye tracking. You're just distracting me now. Right. I don't know where the next place is. Back to the, what they call it. Right, let's load this ship up of this anyway. Right, the last thing now is the coolers. Where's that?
Port Tresla.
And that is...
Above Hurston.
Sorry?
Above Microtech.
You just said Hurston
Yeah,
just...
above Microtech.
Are you sure it's above Microtech?
Yes.
Alright. Okay, you let yours know I'm making my way back to spawn the ship.
Right, Yosa? I wonder where you all was. Making way back to his ship, Yosa.
Can you let me know where he is, please?
Pardon?
Can you let me know where he is?
I don't know where he is. He went towards you.
Well, who have we been talking to the last 5 minutes?
No.
Look, you can't be doing that and doing this at the same time. That's why your signal's all over the
I
place.
said to you, he was.
And I deck one. Well, the thing is, something must be working. Because if you're in the global channel, and I'm not, and I can't hear you, it must be switching it off somehow. So it could be you know what I mean? I'm going to get one.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to go back and do that test again. I don't think it is broke, it's just some confusion. Look on this.
Yes?
Before Yosa gets on his ship, make sure he wipes his feet, yeah?
He says, make sure you wipe your feet, Yosa, before you get on the ship.
Not mess up my red carpet.
Because you're not messing up his red carpet.
I think he's got a limp. You won't get contact once you get back on the ship when they spawn it. I have to check that out. It's something I did to avoid the security when we in global chat, because putting the global chat and not switching us up wasn't right. But I don't know how I did that. I got to work out so I can replicate it.
When I realised it wasn't working again, I was looking to start
So I've got to start all over because look at me to change her settings, you see. So I don't know what settings she's got hers on at all. It's a very bad server. I'm surprised we've lasted this long.
You know, I'm in medical phase here. I went to the left side and the rest is buffalo.
I'm trying to travel as light as possible. The frame rate's getting back better, but the quality is bad. Activate systems.
Roger.
Act All we got to wait for is the stealth components. There's one stealth component coming from CIG. That this ship should be the best it can be, only when we get the radar. Speed 3 clicks.
Roger.
Hazard warning lights on. Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
I lost the beacon. I have to do a fly around. PC isn't playing fair today. Is Yosi still there?
It's gonna make a cup of tea.
Right, look at me. See, you know where the cartography room is? No, you don't. It's okay. I just saw something. I wanted someone to go confirm it without me going. I said, but I just remember certain things. Basically, if you look on my screen there, you can see where we are. All right. If I could get somebody in the cartography room, that should always also show up there. And any mob, you should be able to see that upstairs in your room. Well, don't forget, we only got halfway through this test, and I had to nerf that one too. Do you remember? Can you see it? Or you not got there yet? Where are you?
In the upper bridge.
And you can't see the globe at the side of you, on the right hand side.
Can you see the globe?
Can you see that there looks like Port Alistair?
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yes.
Right. Okay. I'm going to wait for yours to come back. Okay. Now, if we didn't have the instrument, right, I'm going to get out the seat now and tell if it's still there. Okay. Is it still there?
Yes, it's still
Right.
there.
And that can only be picked by the pilot who sits in the chair like you did before. It has to be done in the chair. You can do it in the chair that you're in, but when I get into chair, because of the bug situation, I have to get out of it again.
Right, Yosi's back.
Yeah, I heard him.
You want to go to the cartography
Hmm?
room?
No, I want to show him something. I've not had the chance before. I've been trying to show him for the last 6 months, and now I've got an opportunity. Now, after a while, you should be able. Oh, you've gone. No. After a few months, after what you call it, you should be able to stand here and know the orientation of that, which way they're facing. Just imagine that's our ship, and any bugs flying around, you should be able to look into that sphere and tell where the enemy is on whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? Now, the cartography room is a bigger stick scale than that. You know what I mean? The 890 jumps also got this facility, and anything like that that uses a sphere is supposed to translate through. Apart from the cartography room, it's got so many different TV screens, you can switch them on and off. Now, if you go to the where is yours?
I don't know.
Right, if you follow me, and with this control panel here, you should be able to enlarge things. So it's really an observation room. All this up here is all to do with observation. I'm just trying to work out what the torrent's doing up here. Is he here yet? Okay, right, make our way to I'm making the way there. I was going to show you something in this room. We can see it on stream anyway. It's not, no, it's okay. I was going there anyway, Yoza. Yeah, when you first came on. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's working.
Don't need your spacesuit, look at miss. Oh, you're not on the ship?
Yes, I am.
Right.
I'm in the back stuck in the lift.
Right, 1 second. I'll come and open the lift for you. Oh, you've opened it? Right. If you look very carefully, you can see it there. The little satellite. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, all this will be able to be the truck stop. Yeah. And same thing, if you've got enemies attacking us, we can use these rooms to pinpoint exactly where they are and observe other planets, etc., depending on the types of scanners we've got coming in. And that's why I was doing some survey today on the size 3 scanners. What ships have we got the size 3 scanners in game now? And we've got 3. That's this one, the 890 jump, and the Terrapin, which is a big massive confusion. The 890, the Terrapin will be the best because it's the smallest ship that can go undetected stealth wise. But if we can carry in something like this, it'll be pretty good. But there's 3 ships at the moment with size 3, what they call, but I don't know if they're working. I could say they are, but like I said, there's too many little tests at the moment. I'm getting confused between the scanners and the radars. So all I've got to do now is bring the ship into a dangerous area and see if we can actually pinpoint them with these working as it is, even with the intrusion. I mean, the obstacles that's not supposed to be there. Because when we are seeing the obstacle of the planet, I mean the truck stop, this part's supposed to disappear. But can we turn it off? I don't like touching this, you know. This is where things go wrong. It's still there. I don't want to touch anything here. And I did. Because today's not that operation. Stop touching things. Look, I'm going to see if the comms come through.
Yeah, it's calling me.
Okay, cancel that. Okay, I've done that. Right, here's another one. I want to see if if I can operate the helms from here. Because that'll also add another roleplay if it works. Wow. It works! Right. From here, I can actually call to request the landing bay open. But now the problem is, if I remember correctly, the pilot can't land in there, only the person who requests the landing. So that's got to be checked out. But it's broken now. Heat. Heat doesn't work. Let's check out ping. These will have to be gone through one at a time. Now the problem is I need to turn it off without switching off the system. Did it? Yeah, look at this, what I had to do. I had to switch the system off so I didn't glitch the other chairs, you see. That's going to need a lot of practice on that though. See if you can change the landing from Port Tresla to Port Alistair, little miss.
Where?
On the cat terminals, which I was just on just now. If you can't do it, it's not a problem. Because I have to do it on 2 tests, one with you and one with yours, because yours not in the party, so see how much access we've got to changing ship's components and stuff. Because by rights they're inside the ship, you see, so it shouldn't be a problem. You can't change nothing?
I had to get into it first.
Right, because by the time I get into the main seats, then you can't do it because you just booked a whole lot of us, you see.
No, I can't.
You can't put.
I can't work how to do it.
Right, Yoza, can you go into the panel there, please, and can you set course for Port Alistair, please? I don't think it's going to work because he's not in the party. The committee's in the party, but she can't get hers to work on her end, you see.
No, I couldn't work it out.
Okay. Okay, well, if you can jump out a bit so I can jump in the seat, please. Okay. Point of interest. Point of interest. Let me know when you see the other room come up. I mean, the other station come up, yeah? Look, make sure you make your way to your observation desk and you let me know when you see it come up on your flag there, please, yeah? So yours is still in the cartography room and you're making way to your remote desk there. Activate jump drive. Activate jump drive. And this is where the 890 jump gets a little bit messed up because they haven't got one in the battle structure, battle bridge.
It's disappeared.
Yes, because if I listen to the question, okay, when I get to the next one, you should be able to see it, okay? Because yours has got the access to one to activate a jump point. I mean a landing thing. But you should be it should be the other way around. 'Cause I don't know if the party. Well, you're on the ship. We'll see in a minute.
Jumping. Go get my water.
But I don't want to take any chances because I don't want a crime stat. You see, yet. The committee in the party. Oh, she's gone again. Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Right, it should be showing up very shortly. It should be on your screen anyway. But I can't see it on my screen at the moment.
No, not here.
See, these are where the radars should differ with the different sizes. So I'm going closer, and it's a big place, this port at Treslow. Point of interest.
Roger.
15 kilometers, still out of radar range. Point of interest.
Roger.
See, it's not showing on the rate. So you can actually see Port Treslow on the radar, Yoza.
Yeah, on the globe thingy, yeah.
Can you?
Yeah, notified yet.
Right, okay, I'm going a little bit closer. Full scan.
Roger.
Is it still there, Yoza? I'm going to do a 360 left, okay? Tell me, does this something look like it's rotating?
I've got it too.
Can you see it rotating, anybody?
Yeah, Roger.
Okay. Right, look at miss. See if you can, no, Yoza, I'm going to keep turning and tell me when to stop when it's facing dead on the situation, yeah? Trouble, I'm turning back towards the truck stop and I want to face it dead on forward. I can see it from here, but I want to see if you can actually pinpoint when we actually reach there, you see. Oh, it's alright, it's okay. Yeah, because
Yeah,
That-
I'd say there too.
that is exactly what I was trying to say. You know what I mean? I haven't got no readings here because mine don't work. Does it? No, it doesn't work here. So if there was to be attacked and you've got observation, that's no way you can preserve. But yours came in at what distance? Yours came at, Miss?
But 280, about 2.5 seconds ago.
Yeah, what was the distance?
I don't know because I was looking for something in the centre.
Right. And you also won't be able to see his either because he's not got a distance marker. Right. I'm going to come over to you, Yozo, okay? To have another look, okay? Are you coming to come, miss? And then I'll come back and have a look at yours over.
You never find where you are.
Oh, you guys can't request landing permission, can you?
No.
Right, okay. It should have given you... Are you in the particle, miss?
No.
Oh, right, okay. We'll leave that test for another day then. Wrong way. Yeah. So we're facing it there. Yeah. I'd love to see how that works exactly.
Well, it's all, well, it's only rough guessing. It's only basic. You haven't got any connection to it or that like that.
Yeah, but when CIG puts it in, it's going to be a long way up, you see what I mean? And we could use something like this now so we can improvise our role play for it. Like, for instance, the orientation of it, right, which is the right way around and whatnot. But you can actually interact with the screen here. But you see, you can't get into it. If you're looking at my screen there now,
No, I
yeah,
can't. I'm not looking at browsers.
right. Clicked onto it. Now, I'm going to request landing permission from here. Got comms. Right, it's giving me what they call it. But the point is now, it happens to work for me. But can somebody else do request landing permission? Now, usually, if they're not in the cockpit seat, they can't do it. But that's another question.
So, do you want me to stay here and when you get the cockpit, you can try and request?
No, because I've already request. Yeah, you can't. No, no, because I have to cancel mine. Then you see, 1 minute.
Oh, right.
We can do it on the way out, but I'm on the way in at the moment. So I just got the whole idea was to get the components first was the stealth. You see, there's only one component that I can't get today.
Why can't you get it?
Because CIG hasn't released it.
You know about the Vesta? That's at Everest Harbour.
What are you talking about, the commies?
The quantum drive.
The list that I gave you today, we can buy. Okay? There are no quantum jump drives out yet. Or, sorry, on stealth. I don't, if I remember correctly. And there is another component that isn't stealth, but I'm using a substitute of a civilian component that might help. The whole idea of this exercise is they say they can't use the mantis. Okay, what is the purpose of the mantis? To cut people out of jump drive. But if you've got the stealth jump drives, it shouldn't cut them out. Okay, but let's go on a second one. At the moment, the mantis QED isn't working because they don't know how to work it. But if they put it on a passive blah blah, coming on every so many seconds and 1 minute and sit in the flight path of when they're coming out, then there's a role play for it. And that's another test I want to do at the moment with the Grim Hex, because that's the only way in for criminals at the moment. But the point is, if it's got a comms up there, anyone who uses it is going to get a crime stat. Right, where were we? Has the running lights on? Speed 1/3. It's still too sensitive. Speed 3 clicks. So it's actually difficult. My graphics are very bad today, you see. So judging things is a little bit difficult. And I'm almost on final approach. Let's just check. The gates will close before I get in. Speed 4 clicks. Lower landing gear. What's going on here? External view. Lower landing gear. Low landing gear.
Roger.
Doors are closing. You're now stuck.
Keep me informed, please, if I miss.
Right, doors are reopening.
External view. Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Right, you're in.
Right. Ship suffered some damage. I know it doesn't work for you, Miss, so I'll just do it. Engines off. Lights off.
Roger.
Hazard lights off.
Roger.
Engines on. Right. Well, we didn't take in much damage, so let's have a look at it when we come back. Engines off. Engines off. Are you guys coming off the ship?
Yeah, I'm coming.
You also can't wait to get off the ship. Look how long he's been stuck there with nothing to do. Get me on back. I know you're thinking yours are just I wait. I didn't do nothing. I just kept you alive to make my life misery. Well, yeah, send it down, Miss, please. So we need to work out who does the doors and open.
Hello.
Where is he? I heard him, but I can't see it. Where is he?
Where is he?
Oh, behind little bit.
Oh, yeah, look at this. Lock him in. Lock him in. Wait a minute. I can do it. You go to one side, look at me. Let me lock him in. Look at me. Can you step to one side, please? Look at me. Can you step to one side, please?
God, you're so impatient.
That's good. Bye bye. What's wrong? He's in prison. Oh, that. I told you I'd work out a good place for him. Well, Mr. Yoza. What? Don't open it. Let him stay there and rot. We've just brought prison role play to. Go on, Yoza. Yeah.
I think if we low down to the ground, I might bend it down.
No, you're not. Right. See if you can get out of there. No. Hey, we've just brought the brigand to the Carrack. Yeah. Come on, let's go window shopping. No! Look at me. Yeah,
I am.
we've just, look at that. Take it what they call it. We've got a brig on the Carrack. Yeah.
Oh, that is funny.
It might be just a glitch. I don't want to send a commission there with you. Yeah. So we've got a brig in the Carrack. Who opened that? Did you break out? Well, that's not going to work. Right. Yeah. Oh, what a pity.
Oh, that was funny.
We could have used it as a brig. Huh? Right, let's go.
Oh, that was funny.
Right, you guys in?
Mhm. He is no gentleman, is he? Go on, get out.
You ain't a lady. You see me push you. You still got your arm. How come you got your suit on, look, miss?
Because when I go on the upper bridge, I need the suit.
Alright then, look, miss. Yeah, but we're using the civilian ship and we're using hangar bays just for exercise, you see. Those are just bugs in the game, you know what I mean? But we've got the Carrack there to protect us, don't forget. That's why we're using the medical bay. So we're not wasting any food or whatnot. But I'm trying to create as much roleplay for the medical until CIG brings it in. Look at miss, is that a gun?
Yep.
What are you doing with the gun? You stop walking into me.
I'm not walking into you, I haven't moved.
Alright, why are you shouting? You on drugs or something?
No.
Oh. So what's the gun for?
Protection.
Against who?
You.
No, we need the protection. We need the protection.
Yeah, whatever.
Where's yours?
Behind you.
I could do some glasses, you know. Now, to complete this test, when I've got the...
I can hear you.
Sorry about that, folks. To complete this test, on stealth, because we've not got all the components, and there are still a couple of bugs in the game, I'm actually supposed to take all the weapons off the ship. The whole idea is to see how close we can get to our enemies without being detected, and it doesn't stop there. Are we able to fire a weapon without the enemy detectors over a certain distance?
I have to use Discord while we're out with ship travel.
Roger that.
This is confusing. This tells me the ship's damage. Wait, something's wrong here. We're using the Carrack 2, and it says I must claim it.
Hi.
I knew there's going to be problems here. Right,
Yeah, me talking in global then, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, get mixed results with the thing.
that's the problems that we had a few days back. We had to nerf it because we couldn't work out what was going on. And I tried to explain that to the commission yesterday, and I think we've caused another problem.
I can hear Yosa in global, but not Pepper.
Activate star map. Activate systems.
Roger.
Eversabi's last one, yeah? Eversabi the last one, yeah?
Yes. Roger that.
Speed 3 clicks.
Roger.
Raise landing gear.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Oh no, it wouldn't have worked because I just spawned the ship, you see. He has to bring the ship in to bring it out again.
Ow.
Ow.
Said the parrot.
Pretty Polly.
No parrots here.
Well, it must have been the owl then.
What, the one that's behind you?
Did he go owl?
No, I said ow, not owl. The end. No deaths here.
You sure about that?
Yep.
Dead. Dead to the deco.
So all we need now is Yotus. Yotus.
What?
He didn't hear that. Oh, he can't hear me. I can't insult him no more. Shit.
Well,
I was
I didn't even. All I heard was, all we need now is Yoda two, and that was it.
No, that's what I was supposed to say, but the one word came out of my mouth and said Yotas.
Oh.
No, I got we needed Yotas is Mantis.
On the brain.
No, the Mantis, because don't forget, we can't do it with this ship, because this ship is not full stealth. You know what I mean? But they can't just bring the Mantis in, you know what I mean, to pull people out, you know what I mean? There has to be some counteract, and that's where the stealth quantum drives come in. Point of interest. Oh, I've not set it. This is going to be good. I thought I'd fix that workaround. I haven't. Yes, yeah. Well, not properly. Right. Does anybody know if we still fly through the planet?
I wouldn't like to say.
Well, we need Yosa to sit in the boat next door as we skim it.
Well, at the moment I'm scared to look in front of me because I've got a naked man in front of me.
He's butt naked. It's okay, look, miss. When we get on the planet, there's a law against them things. Not in space though, but you can do that being arrested.
It's alright, he's not naked.
Activate jump drive. I must be the only person that's normal here today.
You, normal. Don't make me laugh. You are far from normal.
Wrong place.
Everest Harbour.
Wrong place. I've jumped to the wrong place. Yeah, it's there. It was there.
Well, unfortunately, the one on his marker said HTMS dead set, so I think he went there instead by accident.
No, I didn't actually. I didn't. I just checked it. It lighted up. Point of interest.
Yeah, so you're doing some funky moves right now.
I'll have to jump to an OM marker.
Yeah. The toilet's the other way, Yosa. I said the toilet is the other way because you were walking like you needed to go.
When I walked around that time and came back to the pub, I heard his breath, his breathing sounded like I was breathing. So I must have been round back to your people.
It is. It's by the where I am because it's a turret. I have to put
We
the
got a
sill on.
problem. External view. We got a problem. Point of interest.
Roger.
If I can get out of the atmosphere, we're okay.
Don't go in there. You don't go in there.
I don't know. This is what I look for. I'm not doing any more stations anymore on shift.
Did you know we were sinking back to the planet, come miss?
No, I didn't.
Where are you?
There was a problem
Where are you?
in the turret. Now I'm on the outside view.
Well, am I facing up? Because I've got my... Never mind.
Yeah.
But I'm over 10,000 feet now. Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
I got out. Saved you guys from a crime star.
Twitch is also on.
Twitch?
Yes. Twitch.
As in Star Citizens?
Yes.
What's it
Yes.
about?
VFX team.
Oh. Yours, if you're logging up, you can log up in the bed because I'm not going to switch off. I'm just going to watch on Twitch. Look, miss, can you get back to me on your zone, please?
Alright, did you hear that, Yosa?
No, I didn't know. I'm saying the game's still going to be running, but I'm not logging off. I'm going to watch Twitch. Yeah, well, just log up in the bed then, yeah?
No, I don't want to be attached to here.
like Leo, that's something we've chatted about recently, isn't it? That there's clouds that have rain. There's going to be other considerations other than just the markup of the actual cloud. But I remember you mentioning we're going to need to sort of understand that you're underneath the cloud for the markup for the rain, aren't you, as well?
Yeah. So for the clouds, we'll have to basically need to get access to the density of a cloud, and from there we'll have to kind of write systems that know, like, where are you compared to the cloud. Are you underneath the cloud? Like, is it a rainy cloud? Is it like, not all clouds have rain, so we'll have to kind of make a weather system as well that takes in consideration the pressure, the temperature, the humidity. We have some basics already, and for that, but like with clouds, that it will get a lot more complex, and that's like one of the things that we'll need for rain to appear. But like at the another thing that we'll need is like rain isn't just like raindrops falling. Everything needs to look wet as well. So our surfaces need to look wet. We do have the visor and the canopy shaders that where like raindrops appear on your visor, and that will like help a lot with the feeling of rain. But like there are still quite a few things that will need to be done before rain actually gets in.
Are you looking forward to the days when you have to tackle this, or are you dreading it?
I'm looking forward to it. It sounds like a really exciting like project, and especially with the clouds. Yeah.
So we're getting a lot of yeah. Well, we're getting a lot of questions in general about various weather effects. So why don't we just do kind of a catch-all topic on weather here? Mike, what are our current intentions, as best as you know them? Realizing that this is a system bigger than just VFX. So, as you're aware of them, what are our current intentions for weather in Star Citizen? How far are we looking to go?
Well, with CIG being CIG, and with the project that we're working on, we want full weather systems eventually, don't we? We want all of that. We want it to be. You want to be able to see it when you're on the planet or the moon. You want it to be able to see it from space as well. So obviously we've got fantastic real world reference and footage of these phenomena, and we want to get as close to that as we can in real time, and across a server. You want to be able to have, you're up in space, you're looking at the planet down there, and you can see this giant, let's just say a hurricane or a giant rain formation. You want to be able to see that from a distance, but there could be someone that's right in the middle of that, right in the thick of it, in a storm. And it's those two extremes and everything in between, as always for our game, but for the VFX in particular. So yeah, sandstorms. I've seen people asking questions about sandstorms. I feel like, yeah, just everything that you would expect from a weather system, we want to support that in the future for sure.
And it's my button to switch you back doesn't work. There it goes. So obviously we are at a very ambitious game, and we are going to pursue pushing this tech as far as we possibly can. That's not the same as us sitting here saying Mike's not saying here today there will be hurricanes in the game. He is saying that we absolutely want to pursue that in every other weather system, whether they make that in, whether they can be done with other necessities and other priorities for the game. That's one of those things that time will tell, but we definitely have a drive here.
Yeah, and the reality is that it wouldn't just be a VFX thing anyway, because the VFX team would create a thing that looks like a hurricane. But if we're talking about weather systems, then that's much higher up the chain. That's a very fundamental game system there. Yeah.
And we've already seen a lot of the groundwork, like Leo just said, that's there. The planet content team has gone through in all of their different planetary revisions. Like now, all the different biomes are set with humidity zones and temperature zones and stuff like that. So we have the foundation for something like that already in place now through the work of the planet content team. So it's definitely something we're moving towards. What kind of visual effects can we expect with future stars and suns? Right now, we've only got the one sun at the center of the Stanton system. Have you guys started prototyping other kinds of stars, other kinds of suns?
I know someone who could answer that.
Are they here?
So yeah, I did a quick experiment, kind of mostly regarding my work with gas clouds, where we needed to start simulating magnetic fields to try to create a bit more organic kind of feel and give a bit more detail and life into things. And we can actually use that tech, and did try using it to create the details and vector fields to help move particles, to try and simulate the movement as you would with the sun. So you get the surface movement, as well as some of the corona flares kind of coming out. It was a good kind of test, initial test. It was good highlighting where we might need to improve on in the future, and where we could definitely add to it. It does have a lot of potential to just look absolutely awesome.
Does that kind of thing extend to something like an aurora borealis in the atmosphere of a planet or something?
Potentially, it does create that kind of aurora borealis kind of, it's partly due to positive ions kind of hitting the atmosphere, which is a magnetic field, and you get that movement because of the magnetic field. So you inherently get that movement from it. So yes, it can be used to generate the vector field required for it. But I know Mike has also done tests way back in the past to show off the whole particle system, creating aurora borealis just from particles alone. So we've got many different ways to do.
That takes me back. That was when we first had the spline guided particles, wasn't it? I think. Yeah.
The pyro system actually might require that sort of stuff. Sun flares mostly.
Right.
There was talk about it back when we did start CitizenCon. So more tests probably will be made towards that.
Yeah, I mean, we've had discussions with other teams actually regarding solar flares. One question that I would straight away ask with something like that is like, how close can the player actually get to that thing? Because Jake could make an absolutely phenomenally accurate looking sun-like creation with potential for really nice solar flares. But if before that, take a step back, like if design decided that actually you couldn't get that close because there's no tech in the game, and this is just purely speculating, by the way, but if you can't get close enough to it, then why invest all that time and resources into making it look so detailed?
Is it we'll get to that one later. Let's look at the chat here. How close are we to seeing lightning or anything dynamic inside gas clouds?
Am I allowed to say we're quite close? Is that non-committal? Or...
I actually have a scale. I was having to explain this to somebody. If I say if I say in the near future or in an upcoming release, I'm talking 6 to 9 months out. If I say across our continuing development, I'm talking 9 months out or more, like that. So I have a whole code that I use, but nobody else does.
Well, without putting a time frame on it, obviously, as I mentioned earlier on, like I've been looking at the lightning effects options that we've got in the game. We must have shown. I mean, I know we've shown over the last couple of years examples of really nice looking lightning. We can do really cool stuff in our engine. What I'm doing at the moment, part of my sort of ongoing Q1 task, is I'm looking at the tool set to sort of see if it's user friendly enough, to see if it can do all the things that I know we're going to need to be able to do when we have lightning in pyro locations, like say in a gas cloud in pyro. Perhaps the art director Ian wants that, let's just say, for example. I need to make sure that we're able to do that. And then the other side of it, what we can't currently do, what we haven't fully implemented yet, is like the systemic placement of the lightning. So in various citizen cons, actually thinking about it now, we've kind of shown what we want to do in the gas clouds. We can currently manually place really, really good looking lightning, but we want to, and this is where Leo again would come in, and the other VFX programmers, we want to have a system where the data of the gas cloud drives those effects. So maybe design want lightning to become increasingly stronger the closer the player gets to an area that is dangerous, or maybe it needs to just be more frequently flaring up and frequently occurring, and whichever design decision gets made there will dictate how Leo implements that lightning. So yeah, it's coming along, and I appreciate it. Kind of these things sometimes take longer than might be expected, but lightning is a very, very powerful thing that we've got in our game. Yeah, and it's really fun to play with this one. It's good fun.
So basically, it's all on Leo.
I mean, it usually is. You know, we're the artists. We just oh hey, I want to be able to do this really cool thing. Can you go work out all the details, please?
No, we do have like a team of programmers for the VFX team as well, so we'll share the burden. But yeah, I mean, like the lightning, again, it's one of those interesting projects. I think they're almost all the projects we do are like interesting because we get to do more than just like implement the lightning that you place in a location. What we want for our game, like everything needs to be systemic, so the lightning needs to be dynamically spawned, let's say, and currently we have the deck to place the lightning just in a level, but that doesn't really work at scale that we want to develop the game. So for us, like, we've had a lot of discussions about this already, and it will come down to like, how do we drive this lightning systemic? So do we have like some kind of electricity value in the gas cloud, and then different gas clouds can have different electricity values, and then if you go into the denser parts of the gas clouds, you have more lightning, and then like lightning is spawned in the denser parts. And then for the programmers, it's how do we manage all those lightnings, that they are kind of like separate objects. So how do we manage them? How do we make sure that we don't spawn too many like lightning objects and those kind of things? So it's quite interesting to work on these kind of projects.
One of the things I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you want a visual update on how that might look, if you catch the end of the main CitizenCon 2019 presentation, when the Carrack arrives in the pyro system, there are some of those lightning events happening in the background. That's the system that we're talking about.
Yeah. And you made them, didn't you?
I placed them. Yeah. Yeah.
One of the things I really liked about your doodle that we showed yesterday, Mike, was how the emissive lighting system just followed the lightning out as the lightning was growing. You could see it, you know, emitting light throughout the cloud as it was going, and that was really cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. So yeah, 'cause I was testing two things at the same time then, because that was a custom build with the new particle lighting model that's underway. And again, Teo, I know you're a big fan. Caleb, our principal's been really putting it through its paces. Simon, the lead VFX programmer, has been implementing this new lighting model. And yeah, as you say, Jared, so having large scale sort of like dusty, cloudy effects, traditionally that's really difficult. Like, you know, we use texture. The bigger the thing is, the more obvious it is that it's using the texture, and the less the lighting can affect smaller areas. But this lighting model is looking really promising. It's very physically based. That's I'm sure Simon's rolling his eyes as I just say that, but it's like there's a much more authentic sort of lighting set of rules that it adheres to that makes it harder for us to break, basically, which is important, because with the scale and amount of effects in our game, like, it's the rules, the way that the lighting behaves has to be consistent. Otherwise it can become our effects can just break and not hold up in different lighting settings.
Systemic systems have to be at the heart of so much, otherwise
sure.
it runs the risk of getting away from us.
Yep.
Let's talk about the new shield reworks. We saw the first version of SDF shields in 3.12.1, I guess technically, when the Idris and the Javelin came out with the Xeno threat event. We know in 3.13 that now the rest of the ships that players can own and fly and stuff like that, are all being converted to SDF shields. With the new shield reworks, are we going to be able to see better when front shields are being hit? And I know that this is a particularly valid talking point that we've had internally. I've seen you in meetings specifically about finding ways to improve that visibility.
100% yes. I mean that was very high up on the list when we did the shield rework using the SDFs. Definitely, I was conscious that the current existing effects are just too intrusive on the on the cockpit view. So that was 100% at the top of the list for things that we need to improve. So yeah, we've done that. It's going to be you're not going to get as annoyed, hopefully, by the impact effects. It's tricky because you got to find a balance, because you still need to acknowledge that it's like that part of the shield is getting hit. We can't just cheat and just not have anything draw, because then from a gameplay point of view, you've lost that readability. So it's just a balancing act that the artist has to strike to make sure that the effects still work from the exterior view and still adhere to all the gameplay requirements there, i.e. changing colour to reflect the weakening of the shield. But yeah, I mean, it's one of my pet peeves, of being honest, when especially with testing all the weapon effects, as I was doing a lot last year, getting that shield just covering the screen all the time. Yeah, we're going to improve that.
Cool. Let's see. What else do we got? Another very popular one in chat here. Do you plan to update the quantum travel effects?
We do plan to do that. Yeah. This is another example, I guess, where it's not just something that the effects team on their own would do. Like, I hope I just don't sound like I'm repeating the same thing, but our effects are driven by other things. So there's a lot of kind of gameplay mechanisms that trigger the actual ship going into quantum travel itself, and our effects are very much driven by that. So there's a lot of factors there, speed and the spool up and all those kind of things. Lots of hooks. I use the word hooks quite a bit, for which we can spawn our effects. But yeah, I mean, because now we've got SDF shields as well that came in first with atmospheric entry, and then we're using for shields. There's no reason why we shouldn't be trying to use SDFs on other effects, and quantum travel will be a great example of that, I think. Yeah.
I'm gonna take a moment here. Sam Citizen Markley. I see Sam Citizen Markley in the chat right now, and I want to talk to Sam Citizen Markley. We used some of Sam's footage in ISC yesterday. You know how we take community footage and we always kind of attribute who it was. We accidentally attributed his footage to Rexzilla, and we caught it after the episode went live. So Sam, I see you in the chat. I appreciate your footage, and I hope you accept my humble apology for incorrectly attributing your footage to another Star Citizen. I had the opportunity. I was like, hey.
I just want to say the footage that our backers show is just incredible. I never get bored of seeing it. It's amazing.
Yeah. Plus,
it helps us debug a lot of issues that we have in the actual.
Yeah, and it was great footage of the upcoming Stanton 7 race. And if you don't know what the Stanton 7 stuff is, check that out. Ask a friend, because that looks pretty cool coming up. All right. Is there any chance ships' maneuvering VFX will increase in size or intensity in the future? The Carrack, for instance, demonstrates palpable vertical thrust cones when strafing upwards, but most spacecraft produce small candle-like flames representing multiple Gs. What were you thinking? Oh, I added that last part.
Yeah, definitely. So I just want to make sure I'm not the only person talking, by the way. I've got a habit of just saying things first. So Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that a lot of the maneuvering thrusters got that sort of potential for looking a bit like a candle flame compared to the main thrusters. Sometimes it's just the scale of the actual thruster item itself. You know, if the ship has a really small nozzle, then it's probably going to look even worse if I give it this ridiculously oversized, like 5 times longer than the ship effect. You know what I mean? It's not always going to work. So it's definitely, we're sort of definitely at the mercy of the ship design in that sense. But there's definitely things like, I guess relating to that, we're doing some work at the moment on thruster wind volumes, and it's all sort of, what that is specifically is we want to make sure that the effects match the physical volume that these thrusters generate. Because I think it came in, did it come in 312? Or we got the thruster volumes? Teo, can you remember?
Yeah. The force, like
the
you
physical
being affected
force.
by the force.
Yeah. So we just need to make sure that our effects properly match the physical force itself. So yeah, we're doing some work on that. Leo, I guess you got some knowledge on that system. If it's worth us talking about that a bit.
I mean, yeah, I feel like there are different things that we could do. But for example, like increase, like add a separate strength value, or like have some kind of dynamic behavior based on if you're in the atmosphere. We already do something similar for shock diamonds on the main thrusters. So potentially we could do like use like that data we do have anyway to do something special with those, like the smaller thrusters if necessary. I mean, the ground effects, as you mentioned, with like the per thruster wind volumes, I think they will help quite a bit as well to give more punch to the thrusters, especially if you're close to the ground.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Because it's not necessarily that we want like to have a really hot, emissive, long thrust effect that you can clearly see hitting the floor. If you're sort of high up, and there's enough force coming from a smaller thruster that it's displacing all that snow or that sand or whatever the surface is, then I think that will help as well for sure. And that's definitely in the works.
You mentioned. You mentioned that your work on the thrusters is directly dependent on the work that comes before you, which is the size and placement of the thrusters themselves. A lot of what you tend to work on, and this is similar of the VFX team as well as teams like the audio team, tends to be downstream of so many other teams. Is that a good thing? Be honest here. Is this a good thing for you guys? Is this a frustrating thing for you guys? Is this just one of those things that has to be that way in video games?
I mean, it can be. I guess it can be frustrating, but it's not. It is the way it's got to be. You know, audio are the most downstream, I should add as well, because any effects that we make, then audio got to like provide the audio that matches the thing we've made. But it's just part of the process, you know. As you say, like you said downstream, and that is a phrase that everyone hears a lot in CIG. It affects the scheduling, you know. Like we can't make a thrusters effect until the thruster exists. So maybe from a scheduling point of view, it makes things more complicated because there's more. It's a bigger web, isn't it? There's more things that need to come into place. I don't think it's frustrating in the sense that that we get frustrated with other people at all. It's just the nature of the pipeline, isn't it? It's all part of the pipeline. Somebody
has to be at the end of a pipeline. That is the virtue and nature of a pipeline.
It's not us, it's audio.
So basically, everybody pour one out for the audio team. F's in chat. They're the ones with the biggest struggle, but we absolutely appreciate them.
But we work closely with them as well. You know, like we've got a good relationship with the audio guys. So yeah, it's all good.
Well, yeah, because you could do all the work you want to make a cool thruster, but when players get it, they just hear this.
That's a great point. That's a really good point. You know what? It's like sometimes the audio can make an effect look better. I think I might have said that in the past, but it's really true. You know, the weapons in particular, we did a big pass on improving vehicle weapon effects throughout the sort of latter half of last year, and without Darren, the audio director, and his team, making the weapons sound better, it would have made my life more difficult. So it's a great sort of collaboration process.
We love Darren and Phil and Graham and everybody on that team, and this isn't my attempt to get them to come back on the show.
I want to add to what Mike said, that we're not always downstream either. Like in some cases, like some projects, we're actually the driving team almost, or we're in quite early that we become a driving team. For example, the weather effects or the planetary effects that we have on the planets right now, we were quite early with like starting to add those things. So we were in charge of actually implementing wind, and like we needed the wind for our effects, and other teams have started using the same kind of wind system that we added because like if we have it, like they can use it just as well, right? And there are like some other examples, like the fire that we're kind of working on right now, that like it's again like a system that's very VFX heavy, but it will affect quite a lot of gameplay as well. Another one is like atmospheric pressure was something we already had, but like VFX team has been implemented them on planets, gas clouds, like the support for planets and gas clouds, because we needed them on like the pressure value, because it drives a lot of our effects. So we just added it on planets and on gas clouds, and now like a lot of gameplay systems also use that same pressure that we've been adding. So it's not like I think it's part of our company as well, because we're quite a big VFX team. I think we're kind of like in a special place where we can actually drive projects as well as be a downstream team.
That's really well said. Thank you, Leo. Since planets and moons have different atmospheric composition, do you plan to design different re-entry VFX effects based on the gas being burned and the temperature it reaches on compression?
I think it's a really nice idea. It's definitely something that I think that would be worth looking into for the future. Definitely. I think it's feasible. It's definitely feasible, and again, probably Leo will be able to talk a bit about the way that those effects are set up. Because again, it's a great example of a system that's driving the effects. So yeah, I mean, for me, it makes a lot of sense. It's entirely typical of our game, isn't it? You know, it's a visually nice feature, but it's also going to give sort of readability to the player from a gameplay point of view as well. So very important visually and for gameplay too. But yeah, in terms of the setup, I suspect that's perfectly feasible.
I actually I don't know if you remember. Oh, sorry, Leo, go ahead.
No. Go ahead, you.
I don't actually. I don't know if you remember when I was working on the atmospheric entry effects. I actually pitched different colors based off the. That's a very large jug, Jared.
Oh, but my camera was turned off. They couldn't see it.
Different. I actually wanted that to be in the first release, but it didn't really make sense because, first of all, we needed a stable visual state for it, but also we didn't have that many different atmospheric compositions. So anyway, that idea was put on the side. But yeah, as Mike said, it's possible and would look cool.
Yeah, from a technical point of view, it's definitely possible. We do have all the data available on the ship to actually trigger those effects. It would be kind of more a challenge to get like a good setup that's easy to set up for artists, and that's like systemic again. Like we always need everything to be systemic. It's necessary because like we want this to work on like hundreds of planets, like all with different atmospheres. So like,
it's all about the strength curves, Leo.
Maybe color, maybe size, like who knows. But yeah, it's like it's definitely possible, something like that. So for us, it's like the first step we need is kind of like an investigation of what affects what changes would we have based on the atmosphere. So does it affect color? Does it affect size? Does it affect, like, is it a completely different effect because it's acidic or whatever? Like those kind of things, and then we need to go or like artists at least will go and like do pre-production, and I think Mike can tell more about it, but it's like artists will tell us like what do they want, and then we go and discuss like options of like how we can implement it.
Yeah, Leo just mentioned pre-production. That's a massive part of the VFX pipeline, and it's really just R&D. You know, by the end, before anyone does any effects, they have to have done a pre-production pass. For something really simple or something that we've done a lot of before, let's just say like a muzzle flash, the pre-production still exists, but it's probably a very small task, like identifying, there's an existing weapon in the game, it needs to look like this, so there you go, we've ticked that box, we know what it needs to look like. But for something exploratory, like what Leo's describing, it really is, it's just going through a process of understanding what it could look like, what it needs to do from a gameplay point of view. Is it performant? Is it going to be just ridiculously complicated to implement? Like, is it going to be a year of a programmer's time, etc., etc.? So yeah, lots of exploration in pre-production.
No, I will not be jug shamed on my own show. If you want to see my extra large jug, you can tune into my private streams on the weekend. As a follow-up to that one, with the shield effects rework coming soon, will we see unique patterns for shield manufacturers and a fusion of different patterns, perhaps when mixing shields? They want customized VFX, man. They want customized.
It's entirely feasible, and it's definitely something we talked about. So I think that the main thing for me is that I want to get to a point where the tech that we've got and the visuals are rock solid initially. Like this initial release, it's just the one style. It does what the designers needed to do. It looks good. It's efficient, etc., etc. But yeah, for sure, like we like to, with all our VFX, we like to theme them. We like to be able to make the effects different per manufacturer. We've done that with thrusters for however many years I've been here, nearly 7. So yeah, I think it's perfectly feasible. I think Jake, I'm going to ask Jake a question. I'm going to put him on the spot. So like 3D textures, we probably would use. We've talked about using 3D textures to define the shape, like to give some pattern. And I guess that's the kind of thing where I might go to you and say, hey, how can we use Houdini to quickly generate some nice variety of 3D textures? I'm not asking, just to be clear, I'm not asking you to do that as a task. It's just a theoretical question.
This sounds like he's making work for you, Jake.
I mean, I'm not quite sure how do you want me to give you a solution now, or
no.
Say yes, I can do it.
Say yes, that's probably possible. In future.
Yes, Mike, it'll be possible.
There you go.
All right. We've got still a lot of questions about quantum entry. Can we expect to see, as a third person, some kind of quantum entry and exit VFX when another ship jumps in or arrives in the future? I know this has been a long talked about thing.
Yeah, this is a this is a topic that crops up all the time. To be honest, like it's something that design will regularly remind me needs to be a thing, and it's all about the setup again. So it's to do with the hooks that we've got from the system, from the underlying system, and if it provides us with the opportunity to spawn an effect, then yeah, we'll do it. Teo, you did a kind of a pitch, didn't you, for quantum travel improvements, just generally. So
yeah,
that played a part, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I like things to be clear what's happening. When there's your jug, Jared. So when ships arrive in your vicinity, it it would feel sound and look so cool if there was something really punchy there, because it's an aggressive sort of action that's happening. So I would love, I mean, for me, I love all the sci-fi tropes of ships jumping in with like very large flashes, and I've tried a couple of things, and I'm hoping to. I think I had a task to actually work on it, and then it disappeared because other things came into priority. But
we've moved it around, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, the when we first did quantum travel, because it's gone through some iterations, and I mean the actual underlying setup, the tech, the system itself. So when we first did quantum travel, it was in some ways it was a lot more straightforward. We just had like very simple timings, like the spool up happens now, then it initiates, and then it stops, and we had all those kind of things. But it was primarily, we were primarily concerned with the view for the player doing the QT. But hopefully I've not rambled too much there. But we acknowledge that's going to be a thing.
No problem. What's the most impactful VFX that you've done that no one thinks to ask about? There's a bit of, if you do your job right, no one notices in every job. But if you could highlight something, what would it be?
I'm sure everyone in this chat's got something. Does anyone else want to go before I start rambling again?
I would just say that the conversion work we did from CPU particles to GPU particles, I think is something that no one really noticed and nobody really talked about, but it had an incredible impact on performance. Just the other day when I switched some of the distortion impacts effects, I noticeably felt a reduction in sort of this kind of like a micro lag. I don't know, like it wasn't a drop in performance, but it did feel better. And that's not talked about a lot. And the entire team does a lot on for that work.
That's a great shout, because a lot of our, even though we've had the GPU particle system for a long time, just for the sheer volume of effects in our game, that there are still quite a few CPU ones that we want to eventually replace with GPU. And as Teo said, doing that actually provides not necessarily, so it's slightly intangible, but it provides a performance boost. And actually, in our game, a really small performance boost for one scenario like that. If you think about 20 ships, however many ships, all firing that weapon, the performance gains are big, and that's a huge win for the player. I've got kind of a similar sort of thing, I guess, but we got laser projectiles. We had the VFX programmers gave me a minimum pixel distance option on the projectile shader that we use, and what that means is that I can keep that projectile, as long as it's alive and it's on screen, it just keeps it at a minimum amount of pixels. And even though that's a really minor thing seemingly, in the field of battle, that was absolutely invaluable, because it meant that you could still see them. It's just a readability thing. It just meant in combat, it just made a difference that people probably wouldn't have really thought much of.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so as a programmer, it's a bit different. Like the small gains that we do is more for the artists, I would say. I mean, like, we do performance improvements and those kind of things, but like the small things, like making the setup easier or finding like good formula, like we have the wingtip vortices on ships. It's all physically based, and as long as like the planet and the gas clouds are set up with pressure and temperature and humidity combinations, it will work with different combinations, and it means less setup for artists. So as long as they make sure the effect is set up on the ship, they don't have to tweak values of like, we want this here, this there. It's been like a kind of long process, but I think we got like some good formulas, like physically based formulas, and it's quite satisfying finding those and making the future set up for ships and like anything better for artists and easier.
Has anybody ever told you look like Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No, that's the first.
It's the first that you've never heard that before?
No, really not. Like, I've been compared to another YouTuber, famous YouTuber, but never Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Can you just say hello there? Can you just say hello there? Can you just say hello there?
Hello there.
Oh,
hello there. I don't
stop.
Know. How about you were the chosen one?
You were the chosen one.
This is too much.
Sorry, chat's been having fun with it, so they think you look like Obi-Wan Kenobi, which is a good thing, by the way.
Yeah. I was just going to say that's quite nice.
It's better than what I get half the time.
Leo has a very Jedi-like presence, I'd like to add.
I think that's probably
when
what
you're in
lends
the room
to it.
with
I think
him.
it's probably what lends to it. It's a diversion. Gas clouds currently look great from perspective, but once inside, it's very difficult to see their beauty and volume, feeling more like a thick fog. In a recent video you were working on, we saw that you were making them react to sunbeams and other light sources. How is that going?
Yeah, so for the initial gas cloud release that went into 3.12, we did have the effects, the interior effects. And when I say interior effects, I mean all the kind of small, high velocity, high sort of detail noise that gives you that sense of parallax. We had all that working and it was all ready to go, but unfortunately there were just some of the hooks, like we were dependent on it was the pressure value, wasn't it, of the gas cloud via the room system. That wasn't quite ready to ship because there were some knock-ons to the actor status, I think. So we had to just the designers had to just keep the pressure set to 0. So we are working on that at the moment, getting that back in. Everyone in this call actually is sort of been working on that. I mean, Jacob, yourself, like you provide the method of creating the gas cloud in the first place, don't you, for the artist? Or you're integral to that process. So yeah, losing my thread here, but yeah, we're working on it, and it's all happening. It's all going quite well. I think Teo and Leo got together and added a really nice new feature, which is. Do you want to talk about that? The collision effects.
Yeah, sure. It's basically inside the gas clouds. Some of them are themed differently. Some of the themes are like asteroid field or mining themed, and you would expect little rocks or micro asteroids flying about. And when the ships go quite fast, so when they do go quite fast, you'd expect those items to interact with the ship. So the rocks would interact with the ship's hull and break apart as you fly through the gas clouds. There'll also be some metal bits in some cases, but yeah, all of those will interact with your ship and it'll feel really cool. And audio actually are hopefully going to pizzazz it up and add that extra layer. But yeah, it's coming along.
Looks really cool. Like, I'm quite excited about it. And the cool thing, like from my side, was that it's using existing tech for the atmospheric entry. So it's using the SDF. It's using the same kind of system for dynamically placing the emitter so that it follows the direction of the ship. And kind of it was like a relatively quick thing to add on our side that I think will give a lot of like extra nice like environment.
Okay. We got about 9 minutes left. It's been well over a year, if not longer, since the extremely cool heat haze effect on Daymar disappeared completely. No matter if in cold or really hot conditions, are there plans on bringing this effect back to Daymar?
Yes, there are. I want to make a bad joke about it being hot, not cool. But yeah, I mean, it was something. I think it was just something that the actual effect itself is a fairly simple one. But I think as part of various amazing improvements to the planet tech itself. I think that it kind of just got lost in the way, if I'm being completely honest. But yeah, the creation of the effects is dead straightforward. We just need to figure out the appropriate way to hook them back up again. And actually, it'll be systemic, to use that word again, because it will be, hooked up to the actual the planetary data, the temperature itself, and probably the humidity, I guess, Leo.
Okay.
Did that play a part?
Potentially, I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah.
What exactly makes it do that? But yeah.
That's what I like about Leo. So Leo, I just ask a simple, well, not a simple question. I ask for something, and Leo goes and researches the actual real world criteria for something occurring. So then we get it all into the game. Speaking
of real world criteria for stuff, how are the directional rain and snow effects going in regards to wind direction? When this player strafes sideways in inclement weather, the water seems to still flow as if they're moving forward, regardless of which direction they're facing. What's happening there?
It should. I think I'm allowed to say it should be working. It should be like the setup that we created for those directional effects was incredibly complex, actually, and the intricate setup, and it is actually taking the direction and the wind strength and direction, isn't it, Leo?
Yeah. So we're using the movement direction, the wind direction, the gravity, I think, as well. It might be a bug where we're simulating the rain erupts on a flat plane, and the plane is then kind of wrapped around, or it needs to be wrapped on the different faces of the canopy and the glass. So either there is something wrong with the UVs, which map the flat plane to the mesh, or it's one of the edge cases where the because it's simulated on a flat plane, we can't really get all the direction perfectly covered, and that might be an edge case. So we have to see the ship itself and see how it behaves, and maybe send it to our team to fix up the UVs, or could be a few things.
Okay. Yeah, we knew, didn't we, that some of the ships would probably provide more extreme edge cases than others as well.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it should be working for most ships in most cases.
Report ships where it's not working to the issue council, if possible.
Let's see if we can get one more quantum drive question here, because there have been a lot. Can the currently the quantum drive friction effect at the front of the ship is a pre-calculated particle effect? Are you planning to convert it to a more dynamic effect like the new atmospheric reentry one?
Yeah. Again, I think earlier on we were talking about probably making use of signed distance fields for the eventual rework of the quantum travel effects, and this would be a great use case for it. If you think about the change we made to the atmospheric entry effects with SDFs versus the old one, just think of the same kind of thing with the quantum travel. I'm not saying visually, but with the use of the shape of the ship and the more authentic looking interaction. So.
Okay, let's see what else. Why don't the Carrack's engines have heat waves, the visual heat that the engine flames create, like the Hammerhead or so many other ships?
So I saw this question, and as I was looking at the question, I loaded up the editor and did a little bit of digging into it.
It's my favorite ship, Mike.
It's a beautiful ship. I was a bit confused because I thought it was a bug initially. I just thought, maybe it's just not working as expected, but it just looks like the settings needed a bit of tweaking. So that's something I started playing around with. Actually, I need to make sure I've got that file checked out, because I made some changes yesterday to it to get the heat waves back again. So yeah, that should be coming in a future patch.
Nice. Let's see. Okay, let's. So I'm trying to get more in from the live here. Do you have any more types of space anomalies, like your work on gas clouds, planned? Comets, black holes, anything you're ready to chat about?
I mean, black holes. I'm not sure that we've done any research into that so far, but comets have come up in conversations for sure. I think when we started to show the atmospheric burn up, Teo took a really nice video where there's a ship passing through the atmosphere, but it's right off in the distance, and it just looks like a burning up meteor. And you were probably in it, Jared, but it was in one of the weekly updates, and immediately Ian was talking about, let's be great to get loads of comets coming through. And then the designer's like, yeah, but then it's going to land somewhere, and then it could be like a new location, and there's all these gameplay opportunities. So
everybody was excited except the level designers. Like everybody was excited. You could just see the level designers, and that made you just like
the guys who have got to make it a reality.
Perhaps the jump gates, the wormhole jump gates would be a space anomaly, right?
Mm-hmm.
That'll happen at some point.
Yeah. All right, last question, gentlemen. What's a future system / process / mechanic not yet implemented in the game that you're most excited to work on?
Definitely fire for me. Fire because it's terrifying, but it's also really exciting because of the not really even to do with the visuals, but just the gameplay opportunities that it brings, and the sheer game-changing nature of it, and how all departments at CIG need to come together to really take advantage of it. But I'm pretty sure we've shown some videos in from our updates, showing the potential, showing the possibilities. Leo, obviously, you and Pat in particular, but the VFX programmers are just creating some amazing setups. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, well, of course, it's the big project I'm currently working on, so it's the same answer for me.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, it's quite nice. Like, we've shown like demo and some videos on IC, I think, but currently we're kind of working on getting it working with the rest of the game. So before we had like a separate kind of like prototype, and now that we're kind of implementing it and integrating it with the rest of the game, there are some kind of nice situations that kind of already pop up and like problems to solve. So yeah, it's
yeah. I've laid off on showing them this quarter. I show they were my thematic through line for quarter 4 of last year, and then this quarter has been the outposts, following them each week. So I try to lay off so that some of the surprise can still be preserved for players to discover in the game. I think sometimes people think the job is to spoil everything in the game in our videos and just to show everything, but we do actually attempt to balance that stuff and preserve some stuff for discovery for players, like Xenothreat. So you know how hard it was not to talk about Xenothreat for 6 months? All right, gentlemen, that's it. That's the show. You made it. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here.
Right, where were we now?
Going to Everest Harbour.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
Point of interest.
Roger.
This doesn't feel right. Yeah. It's nowhere near it. Ah. Point of interest.
Roger.
Activate jump drive.
Roger.
Speed 2/3.
Roger.
Let me know when you see it on your map, yeah?
Right, sorry?
Let me know when you see the station on your mobile, on your, what's his name? Speed 2/3.
Roger.
Half speed.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Speed 1/3.
Roger.
Can't know what you're saying.
Activate hazard warning lights. Hazard warning lights on. Speed 5 clicks.
Roger.
Weapons off.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
This doesn't look right. Speed 2 clicks.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Lower landing gear.
Roger.
Hazard warning lights off.
Roger.
Lights off.
Roger.
Let's see what the repairs are like. We're not doing too bad, you know. We travelled halfway around the bloody galaxy and we've only used 90 aUEC. Engines off. So we just need to buy
Yeah, the quantum drive.
and then what we'll do, we'll test out how low we can get the EM on the EM on it, and then we'll see what the Mantis will do. I'm going to need you to take the Pisces out and land it on the Carrack there, yeah?
Yeah.
We can send it down. I give you the pleasure. Alright, no problem. I'll send it down.
Would if it wasn't frozen?
Are you behind me?
Right, yeah. So far, so good.
Oh, you're not off the ship? Oh, yes, you are.
I am. But keep freezing.
PC needs to be retuned for this area. This is what I was trying to explain to you in the stress test yesterday. I mean, the PC needs to be retuned. It won't work up here unless your PC's configured.
Well, I was going to try a restart.
Well, if you want to do a restart, do a restart, yeah. I'm just got things to buy at the moment, yeah. If you had walked away from the Carrack like I asked you to, you would have been okay.
I was behind you at the elevator.
Yeah, but as I said to you before, that problem you're doing there is not going to sort it. Right. Where would it be? Oh, I forgot to despawn the ship. Okay, where are we now? He's that way. You say it's a gallery for the stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
Galleria.
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 Yes.
Can't wait to fly Flash later on. I've named it Flash and I've not been able to go in it just yet. I'm struggling for food. Right. Just give me a minute, I need to get some food. Oh my god. Hi Yoza.
You made him jump.
My plan worked.
No, it didn't.
You scared the crap out of him.
Is Pepper dying?
No, just got some water.
So
He had to get food and water.
his vision was all blurred there when I was looking at it.
Yeah, because he's running out of food and water.
Right, what am I
Wants to
getting
go
here
and
now,
get himself
Cummins?
some.
What am I getting from here again?
Well, I've just...
You're getting the... where are we? Every time you'll get the quantum drive called Besta.
Right.
added the Cyclone M2 to my hangar, and a new green paint job for my Mercury for Paddy's Day.
Okay.
I've been there once already.
Where at Everest Harbour can you get the components?
I know it won't be in the closed door, but sometimes things can be moved.
No, sir?
It's upstairs on the first
Hello?
floor.
Yeah, where can you get the components at Everest Harbour? It's the quantum drive Vesta he's after.
What size is it?
What size is it? Pepper?
Found it.
What's the name?
It's alright,
Is
he's
it
found
this?
it. It's alright, he's found it.
Okay.
It's at Platinum Bow.
It's not the most economical one. Well, that's weird. He's saying the B is the better one, but according to the figures, This is better for stealth. I'm going to have to have a proper look on that. I know that's a good one, and I've got the A version to that. Right, let's get it on. Right, okay, the ship is now built. Let's just go and kit out this now for the same thing. Nothing special.
Nothing special.
Does it make sense that? Yeah, that makes sense. Yesterday I was seeing size 2 on here. And today it's only size 1. How many lightning strikes have we got? Is it are you still freezing, little miss?
No.
Oh, let's see what hats they've got in here. Nothing I can write home about.
No, you're in your gold suit. As if you walked straight past me.
Didn't see you? Oh, I saw somebody in a pheasant hat.
Got any hot dog, mate?
Joysticks are too sensitive. That'll do for later. Right, now I'll make my way back to my ship. I wonder which way it is. That way. Medical miss, you need to party up, yeah? Please. Let me know when you've done it. Okay, I want you to take the Pisces out. Okay?
Yeah.
Just let me check I've got the right one there, Freddie. Yes, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. That looks good. Right. Give me the expedition one now, okay? This mouse won't stop playing about.
Maybe it needs charging.
Sorry?
I said maybe it needs charging.
What was you doing just now? I've forgotten, sorry. Hang a deck one.
Pisces expedition.
Number 1, please. Pad number 1, please.
Yeah.
Now the only thing I'm not going to do is take the guns off, okay? If I took the guns off, it would reduce the signature even more. But I just want to see a couple of things.
It's not on pad 1.
It's not on pad 1.
No.
Right.
Staying on.
I'm going to call it back again, okay?
Yep.
Could you have gone onto the wrong landing pad by mistake?
You said pad 1.
Okay, no problem. Going to spawn it again. Pad 1.
Okay.
Not there?
I don't know. I'm just going back outside. Yep, it's here.
Take it out of the atmosphere if you can, please, okay? Oh, no, we are in the atmosphere. Just drive it a good way then, I'll catch you up. You can stay close because it's a small ship, but you've not known how to use the stealth just yet. In that case, all you do is just turn off the shields and just turn off the shields and turn off the weapons. And then you want me to open the doors?
I'm in a pad.
Right, is the ship there?
Yes, I'm on a pad. There's no doors.
Right, because I've not opened no doors yet. Alright then, would you like me to open? No problem, I'll just use my initiative.
There is no doors.
Well, can you take off then, please?
I have taken off.
Right, okay. I forgot you wanted me to dot my I's and scrape my T's again. Right, where are we? On the deck 4.
Ow!
So you're getting the ship, remember to report to medical bay, okay?
Yep, roger.
Activate systems. Speed 3 clicks. Hazard warning lights on. Full scan. Speed 5 clicks. Oh, I made a mistake. I told to go a little bit out of the area. Speed 1 click. Engines off. Okay. Okay, make your approach when you're ready. I'm going to switch to engine, okay? So you got better light visibility. Engines on. Engines on. Okay. Engines off. When you're ready. Raise landing gear. When you're ready, look, miss.
Yeah, I'm coming towards you.
Where from, please?
The back. I'm trying to.
Or if you can't make it,
Bend
just
over. Okay.
Open cargo doors. And look, miss, we're going to have to move on. Somebody's here. It's okay. Not bothered us. You must be in third person. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that you?
Hello.
Right, I'm down.
Close cargo doors. Break party when you're ready.
Roger.
Engines on. Maximum speed. Activate cruise control. Right, now let's see how low stealth is now. I'll work out what guns are on Mysterious in a minute. I found what materials I'm going to use. It's not so easy. I'll use this one up here. I'm not to play with the freezers. They're going to cause me problems. Okay. Weapons off. I'm having problems with this all day. Right, let's see if we can get a close up. Turn off that. Right, that's off. I'm going to need that later on, so let's see if we can activate it again. Okay. What was the Vista again? Was that the quantum drive?
Yeah, it was quantum drive called Vesta.
Wow. That was quite a bit. Impressive. Shield's now off. Although we've got these for later on date. I won't be needing them just yet, but I'm making sure they're ready.
Wow.
What's up?
Look at the EM.
Well, the guns are online, they need to be turned off. That means going to every station and making sure they're off. Do you know how to do that?
I'll go to each one time.
All you do is go into what they call it and deactivate them in the panels, like you'd had to show you how to overclock them.
Yeah.
That should take about 10 to 15 minutes. But something's not right, it's not come down far enough. Something's on that's not supposed to be on. It's them guns. Shields off. Cruise control off. Deactivate cruise control. Let me check if I've not missed anything out. We've got one cooler on. What was the ice plunge again?
The iron?
Yeah. I'm sure that's a power plant.
Yes.
Okay, we can't touch that. And what was the quantum drive?
The quantum drive is Besta.
The best. I'm going to move that right to the top while you're sorting yourself out. It hasn't come down. It's not supposed to be that high. You're having trouble, I can see you having trouble.
No, I'm in one of the turrets trying to work out which one is which.
And you see the shields I've got on there, they're not really that powerful. Weapons on. Weapon. Ah, something's happening. That AR's way out. Shields off.
Right, according to this, they're off.
How many?
That's 6, 7, 8 guns.
You was able to turn off all 7, 8 guns from one torrent?
No, I turned off about 4 guns on one turret, 4 guns on another turret.
No, because this is only 2 guns to a torrent, you see. No, because the reason I'm asking is because... And did you turn off the power when you came out the seat?
No.
Well, because you need to also turn that off too, you see.
Okay.
But I'm going to check anyway. Let me just check. Oh no, you've done it. We might get away with it. I think you've done it. It's using power from somewhere. You've turned everything off. Okay. So really, stealth effect will not come into this ship until they do the large radars. Right, so let's have a look. So if they're working at a base of 3 to 1, $4,000. Up about 4,000. 6,000. So they'd have to be 3 times that distance. 15,000 meters, but their guns can't reach that far. This wouldn't be able to do stealth attack. So what's on this ship that's so high? Point of interest. Did you get 30k crash? Yeah, it's this area. You can't do it. It's a bad server all along. Oh, I thought you said server was yours was online.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's it for today anyway. You see what I mean now? When you have a ship over a certain size in with 2 pairs, you'll crash. thought I might have got away with it with the arm Carrack actually. I knew I wouldn't, but something was wrong with the recording. Out of 5 hours, 4 hours was played, so the settings on there wasn't very nice either. But I know what that problem is, the bandwidth needs turning up. I can sort that. Let me just stop the video.